Yo, yo. Welcome, guys. We're here, part 3. Juicing up some maps. 150% Deli, the hardest maps in the game. Pretty much. I did go out and didn't remove all of the waystones from the dump tabs, but I guess I should probably do this as well. Do a little quick cleanup, even though I'll have to clean up later on too. Wow. What up, product? Fellow Twister. That's the fastest raid I've ever seen since starting the stream. Oh my god. Raided me within like the first minute of streaming. Crazy, dude. What up, man? Even pumping out some content lately. Shout out Prada. Prada deserves a major shout out as the only other major Twister content creator out there, so he's the only other person that really knows how to play the game. And everybody else is just a fool. I'm just kidding, of course. Spawn camp the raid. Wait, I didn't actually verify that you're still playing Twister. Are you playing Twister right now? And what version are you playing? Don't mind the spicy title. I'm just here to rub a few people the wrong way, you know what I mean? Strongest build in the game. Basically referring to Twister. Whirling Slash on a Witch Hunter now. That actually sounds interesting. So that's with the crazy weapons set stuff. The Twister is gone for now? Alright, you just lost all my respect then. That's the shame. That's okay. I guess you're trying out different things. You gotta try out different things, I guess. Anyway, yeah, let me put a map in here. We're gonna warm up my PC with the game-breaking content. Yeah, we'll see how it goes. Hopefully it's not too bad. Actually, my results have been pretty bad on 150% Deli. Seems to be worse than the lesser, like, fear annoyance and stuff. You're gonna get some food? Alright, thanks for the raid, of course. Enjoy your meal. And I'll return the favor at some point down the road. I want to get rid of this first. Okay. Let's wake up here. Computer hates me right now. Hasn't rendered any particles today. Once we render these particles, it'll be better. I'm playing your build. I keep dying with the chest piece. How do I fix it? Well, that's kind of a common theme for people who try to swap to the glassiest version of the build, like this. You notice I have 3,400 life, so I find when people are struggling to survive with this variant of the build, it's usually because they're doing it on like 2,200 life or something. I also have actual evasion, which it's kind of hard to get on this version with no good evasion on armor or helmet. And then of course Headhunter is in play, and if you're killing as fast as what I'm killing, you sit on like 50 Headhunter buffs plus on content like this, and so your survivability is riding on Headhunter buffs too. This is basically one of those three things usually, or some combination of the two. I also sometimes die in the beginning of a map like this if, you know, I have like no Headhunter buffs and Kosis spawns instantly at the gate or something. It's happened a few times. So Headhunter, life pool, evasion. Oh yeah, and the other thing is actually killing enemies. Best defense is offense. You know. How can you kill that which is already dead? Actually, that doesn't apply to this. Hey, what was that? A divine orb? Cool, cool. So even my whirling slash just deletes mobs in 150% Deli. That's pretty dope. I think I'm gonna actually make a follow-up YouTube video, an actual serious video talking about this divided player base. Like, I've never seen 4 Chaos Orbs come out of one chest before. I did a reaction to Off Meta Michael's video, and dude, I've already got 400 plus comments on that video. Respectful comments, but dude, I did not expect that much activity in the slowest point of the league. You know, like before the PoE 1 people came back, and after, you know, most people quit PoE 2. I'm getting like crazy activity on that video. And there's a wide variety of opinions. I think we need to make a legit YouTube video out of it. The divided player base. It was about GGG promising more, you know, methodical, readable gameplay. And then just highlighting, you know, any particular content that I'm doing right here, which is arcade-ish level gameplay, which is not supposed to be in this game. So yeah, that's I know the Prada viewers are gonna probably side with "Don't you dare touch Twister, it's goated," but I mean, there's something to be said about all that. For sure. And given that my audience is generally speaking juicers extraordinaire, the fact that I'm seeing kind of a 50-50 split, it really speaks volumes to the other side. Second divine. I want to try to somehow identify the most common thread of what it is players want out of this game. Because I think a lot of it is just people kind of talking past each other and not really recognizing what the other side wants, or people like saying the same thing but actually having a different idea in their mind about what they want. We're seeing a lot of that. I think we need to kind of speak to that a bit. They should actively balance the game every major pack. Well, I think like one of the takeaways from the video that I would come out like that would be something to the effect of, it's an impossible task for there is no way to reconcile the developers perfectly balancing a game while also promoting the idea that players should break the game with each and every, you know, build they're trying to do. There's no possible way for the game to be simultaneously fun, new, infinitely progressible, while also being perfectly balanced. There's no way to reconcile that. So you just kind of have to place yourself somewhere on that, I guess, continuum. Yeah, like if we want a game where the players break it because there's insane, infinite possibilities and scaling, there's no world where that game can be balanced, even remotely balanced. Like, it's going to be utterly a joke as far as balance. If we want a game where everything is perfectly balanced and there's perfect build diversity, and that is a huge virtue, the evidence of build diversity. First of all, that's a misconception because it's popularity that is the reason builds are... There's a meta, it has more to do with popularity than build strength. But let's say for sake of argument that it had everything to do with build strength and nothing to do with popularity. Well, if we wanted that kind of game, we would not have a game that has anything to offer in terms of finding new and exciting techs that break the game. Or that allow runaway player power in some special way. There'd be nothing special about it. You can't have a powerful build if every build is powerful. Right? Because then no build is powerful. I mean, it's like that whole thing again. If you don't mind, could you explain why anticipation is preferred annoying? Oh, that's simple. Anticipation is... It says unleash, but it actually applies to unleash and salvo as two seal supports. Both of them are registered the same in the game. And so they're both seals, even though it doesn't say it. GG really needs to add the text, and I've had to answer that question 500 times because for the simple reason that GG won't add the text. Skills supported by Unleash or Salvo have 25% efficiency. So, it's fine. I answered the question, but... Yeah. Thanks for loving the build. I sure do get that question a lot. Ah, gold. Extra gold. No. Not like this. Not like this. Savannah. You got it. Wait, did I didn't even register that. 71 divines. Anyway, I would like to come out with some kind of video that just sort of tries to temper expectations on all sides and get people to come to terms with the fact that you can't have everything. You have to make some sort of sacrifices somewhere, and it's, you know, it's the developer's job to figure out where those sacrifices need to be made. And I personally, as far as my personal wishes, I wish GGG would have a vision and be more stubborn about sticking to it. I would have liked to have seen them react less reactionary to the player base. Maybe that's not good for business, maybe it is, I don't know, but I feel like in the long run that would have been better. Lagging so much in this map, it's gonna cost me for the breach. There we go, it's starting to release. So many mobs in one place, oh my god. Hey, if I saw PoE for the first time, the endgame looks this slow and punishing playstyle, I would be turned off. Well, I mean, what do you think of, like, GGG showcases? Back when GGG first had their initial trailer for the game, before 0.1, they showed in-game builds, early in-game builds, and of course they were, like, 100 times slower than what you see right here. But everybody was still super excited about it. I remember seeing Flicker Strike Monk and thinking, oh my god, that looks like a level above. You know, some, like, slow-ass Flicker Strike Monk looked way faster than everything else they were showcasing. It got me excited for Flicker Strike, but, I mean, it was all relative, right? It's relative to what you see. That's the thing I think people underestimate is, to some extent, your expectations are based on the relative pacing of the game. I think some people who are, like, push for super fast arcade-like gameplay neglect the fact that if we were all moving a lot slower, any increases, even small increases to speed and player power over time would feel significant. And you wouldn't really, you very quickly forget that you're not moving at lightning speed. You know? There's an economy in the game and everything is balanced around it, and That's the reason why. That's one of the reasons why I was perfectly willing to accept a slower game, because I know it's all kind of relative anyway. Is this the one Crouching Tuna was? Yes, I think Crouching Tuna was running some kind of twister build at the beginning of the league. Yes. If I remember correctly. Twister charges, you mean frenzy charges? There's a lot of tech in the build for frenzy charges, and Deadeye is very good at that. This one took it up a whole nother level, banging on the job, man. Well, thanks. I did. They pushed it pretty hard. We got 13 chaos that map on a non-water, non-cleanse map. So didn't get any tinks, but I got crazy loot. Oh, slick. Alright. I think I'm gonna run. Go ahead and run this. My league start for 3.27. I honestly don't know, because especially this time, because they're talking about like massively upsetting the meta. I feel like there's a decent chance that GGG is going to throw in some of the alternate ascendancies from Legacy of Phreesia. I have a funny feeling they're going to do that, like as part of the core game. They're going to like replace Assassin with, you know, something or some, you know, stuff like that. But I'm, you know, as a sort of baseline, I know I got Elemental Hit the Spectrum Warden, that's pretty good, and assuming they don't nerf that to the ground, that's always an option. I'm more concerned about them nerfing the Alpha Strat than I am about anything else, because I hope the Alpha Strat and Wildwood fishing continues to stay. I'll be happy for the entire, you know, 2-month duration of the league, if they do. You have a link for this build, yeah. Exclamation point build. Or guide. Guide also. Ah, it's a Divine Orb, nice. So this map's extra laggy because we have like 200% increased monsters on the Abyssal Pits. Which does include increased rare monsters, by the way. Yet. Yeah, we've gone kind of crazy into the investment on this build. There's almost nothing left that I can do. I have one uncorrupted ring, which could be corrupted. We even got like a corrupted mirror tier spear. Character rarity is 144 plus the rune. Or charm, I mean. Rite of passage. Yeah. I don't know why it's not active right now. Okay, now it's active. Oh, it still says 144. That's crazy. Why does it still say 144 even when it's active? What? I don't understand that. I've never actually seen that or verified that.
Now you die!
I mean, all of them are. They share the same. Oh, now it says 159. It says 159. Maybe it's just for like 4 seconds or something. Maybe that part is only 4 seconds. Charm only activates for 1 second. Oh, really? 1 second? Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, I can't really rely on that rarity from the charm then, huh? I've cat. Yeah, cat is on there. Dial Desire again. Wow, I dropped that one last time. It was like 28 div. Didn't expect to see it again. That's crazy. Alright. Big jackpot drop there. Nice. Reach mob. Heck yeah, dude. How much attack speed? Well, it's 10.2 or something with no buffs, and it's like over 15 with buffs. Attacks per second.
Inspiring.
That was a hella good map right there. Woo. Woo. The only other jackpot item I dropped was Fall of the Axe, which is the same charm that I have. Joel King says, hope Twister is safe next league. Loving it. Playing it on Ritualist. I think it will be. I'm... GGG nerfs builds for one of two reasons. Either it's bugged, and so it's not really a nerf. But, you know, it's like Whirling Slash was nerfed through its bug fix, and Whirling Slash had way more speed than it was supposed to have. Ergo, it gets nerfed. But the other reason is, the more prominent reason is because it's so popular. It's meta. It's ways, you know, it falls under their radar that way, and they nerf things because too many people are playing the same build, not because it's super powerful or something. Unless they, you know, I mean, if a build has any popularity level at all, they probably do go in and check the numbers and see if they make sure they didn't F up the numbers or something. But as long as the numbers check out, it's fine. And the numbers for Twister most likely check out because if I cast Twister like this right here, which is baseline damage, it's tiny. Okay, so it's a skill that actually requires you to do a lot of work to maximize its damage. It has a huge ceiling compared to its floor. And so Twister is such a low floor that it's just very unlikely that they're going to view it as overpowered because they factor those things in. So what they really need to do is they need to make way more skill combinations like whirling slash twister and make things more robust, but the player base seems to not want that anyway, and so it can't, those kind of builds aren't popular regardless. And so I think they're just going to kind of leave Twister alone, honestly. They've already put the work in to make it a really invigorating skill. And, you know, it's not captured the hearts and minds of the player base for whatever reason, so there you go. I'm gonna add the highlight time window to that. Dialos. Seven. Am I playing it? Am I... What, Twister? Next league? I don't know if I'm gonna play it. If they don't... If there's no other major changes that come down the pipe, I think there's a decent chance I will. Yeah. I enjoy it a lot. I think it's probably my favorite ARPG build of all time. We got Blizzard Sorcerer, D2 Blizz Sword, Sprint Whirlwind Barb, D3, Tornado Shot, PoE2. Nothing in D4 because D4 bad. And then you got Twister and PoE2. I did like Flicker Strike Monk, but it seems to bug out and not work well. The faster you get your attack speed, the less it functions. Its functionality depreciates the faster you are, so I guess it can't be helped. Oh, I mean, I could get by with Whirling Slash, especially if I did low Deli or no Deli. I wouldn't even need Twister, no. But Twister would still give me more damage than no Twister. So maybe there'd be something else I could do with it, I don't know. If you guys watch this and think, I don't like how laggy it is, I mean, I don't know what your computer specs are or whatever, but it lags a lot less for me off stream. What time is it? 3:30 p.m. Oh yeah, I can't speak for party play. I imagine it's pretty terrible in party play. Yeah, I mean, honestly, if there's anything that would get them to nerf Twister in a big way, it would be issues of server. Them just not being able to make the server handle it or whatever. I could actually see that. because they do have a tendency to nerf things unreasonably just for the sake of making it easier on the server. So that would be the category of nerf that I would actually be concerned about happening. A video going over my settings? No, not really.
Speak.
I have a RTX 3070 on medium and low, 5800 core Intel CPU. This PC is about 6 years old. Map 89. Same spirit, but can't fit persistent buff and second weapon. Diala's support gem gives Trinity 10% reduced reservation efficiency. I guess companion you figured out. I have reservation efficiency on the whirling slash weapon, but that's weapon set 1. Combat Frenzy is weapon set 1 now. Siphon Elements, weapon set 2. That's what I'm doing. This is not worse than Ball Lightning, are you sure? For seizure-inducing purposes, it probably is. Oh, on server load, okay. Sure. Yeah, I've seen footage of that build. It's pretty rough. This game is over. Why would anyone play anything else? Why would anyone play anything else on a build that has 2% play rate? Actually, this specific version of the build is like less than 1% play rate. Like 2% of the player base is playing Twister at all. Why would anybody play anything else? It looks so stupid. Fortunately, I just look at. If people wonder how I'm even playing this, I don't actually watch the screen. I just watch the minimap. I'm just looking at the minimap. That's why I can even play it like this. Like it doesn't matter. I'm only watching the minimap. All right. I mean, it's a little harder because I have to put my mouse cursor really far to move, but. I mean, I do that for every game. I don't actually look at what's on the screen after about like Act 2. I think up to like Act 2. In Act 1, I'm definitely looking at the screen as much or more than the mini-map. But, yeah, like, it becomes that way almost immediately for me. That's just the nature of ARPG gameplay, I feel. I don't see that as, like, an issue with... Like, I did that for Diablo 2, when I was teleporting around with a sorceress, or, you know, Enigma Hammerden or whatever. I do it for Diablo 3, when I'm running around with Sprint Barb. You know, every time, it's just a mini-map game. That's all it is. This is great, I can almost see the game. Sorry to get your hopes up. What was my goal at this moment? At this moment, to identify whether 150% deliriousness is better than 94% Deli with a high chance of rare monsters having additional modifier. To kind of figure out if Delirium is similar in this game as it is in PoE 1. Quant rarity given to monsters only naturally spawn in the map versus all mobs. Looks like we got the short end of the stick on this, based on what my results are showing. Should I follow on your gems? Well, it depends on they're lined up. Like there's different versions of the build that all have different gem setups. So it depends on which variant you're following. Oh, that's a big one. Alright. Well, you follow the Calamity gems then. Like there's a Calamity gem setup, Calamity gear setup, Calamity passive skill tree setup. They're all like, you know, labeled. Whoa, what? That was... Despawn Twister is never good. Man. Oh my god. That was really bad lag. This map is a little spicy. Hearing tinks. Yeah, here's what I should have done. Deleted those. Gonna help a little bit. I had too many tabs open on my Chrome. Boom, 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 tink, tink, boom. It's an arcade game. Tink, tink.
An easy trophy.
10 minutes to find all the drops. Well, you should have a better loot filter than me. I mean, I'm basically just picking up Chaos Orbs and Tinks. Is this really PoE 2? Yep. This is PoE 2. It's the game everybody wanted. Or so they said they wanted this. And that's what they got. You asked for this. Dang, dude. Alrighty then.
Return to death.
Am I gonna switch to PoE 1 at the end of the week? Yeah, I think so. I'm gonna switch here pretty soon. I'm leaning against doing any more like official like to YouTube farming sessions. I want to Theorycraft Titan Twister a little bit before I switch while everything is fresh in my mind about this build, to try and get some sort of baseline for what a good Titan Twister might look like to potentially league start next league, because that sounds kind of fun to me. I think the build will be inferior, like a little worse overall, but it'd be pretty crazy with the skill effectoration and AoE and stuff. Please do. I'm a Titan player. You want to switch to Twister, do you? What? Increase item rarity, waystone, and rare monsters and tablets. Yep. That map was different. It was less, it was reduced experience plus rarity, and it had an additional modifier on it. So that was one of my best maps that I ran there. Not on legacy content or anything, though. Did I see that video about tiered currency? No, but I understand what what's going on there, I think. So, if I were to run another test, it would be on that, but I don't think I'm going to do it. Now here is the best laggiest map, and with the proc. Here's the Giga Juicer, guys. Juicing out of your minds. I just need to make sure I got 4 breaches. Oh, we got a Jazzer trade. What up, man? What up?
Too slow.
What's my kills? It's a little over 4 million. Jazzers, what do you think of this gameplay? Is this good for the game? Is this peak Path of Exile or what? I'm sure you got something to say about it. Oh, cool. Now, you guys might be familiar with Jazzers. He's a... I mean, I think we just call it what it is. He's a React YouTuber. But he's definitely the most prominent React YouTuber in all of the PoE community. Really making a name for himself on all of his takes. You guys should check him out. I do watch his videos some of the time. The best time to pull up a Jazzers video is when you're like, go to a cafe in Tokyo and like it's like the atmosphere is so serene and peaceful, and then you pull up a Jazzers reaction video to offset everything. The peacefulness, harmonic nature of Japan. That's my favorite. You can imagine while I'm watching his video, it's like, you know, the most peaceful environment you can possibly imagine. And then those Jazzers like screaming into my earphones. There you go. Alright. Seems right. Both make great points. Oh, did you react to the off-meta Michael video? I'm sure you did, or you will. Definitely got a lot of comments. Got a lot of comments. A lot of people feeling strong. Strong ways, different ways. How many tinks was that? Video comes out tomorrow. Nice. Oh, another divine orb. I'm sad I still haven't dropped a mirror, man. Maybe I do need to do one more farming session to drop a mirror. Seems like a crime that I can't drop a freaking lock or a mirror doing this. Video comes out tomorrow. Alright, well, I will definitely watch that one. The reason I'm not grabbing the 50% area of effect, yeah, because that's not area of effect, that's surround area of effect specifically. Not the same thing. That's not real area of effect on skills. Or at least that's what POB suggests. News to me. Now, I could still wear it just for surround area of effect for Cataclysm, or Coming Calamity, I mean. Coming Calamity. But I don't think it's worth it. Yeah. Oh, I got Alpha's Howl. I can increase rarity. Yeah, I got 144% rarity plus a charm when it goes off. Maybe I need more. They dropped 2 div and Alpha's Howl there.
The past continues to...
But like 150% Deli, when I was doing other tests on less Deli, I had pretty easily more than 1 Divine Orb per map on average. So I'm not even getting that here. So something's weird. But I'm getting like more chaos orbs. I don't know.
An easy trophy.
Should I do in terms of auras?
In my sights.
For boss damage, if you're not running Coming Calamity, you run Rakiata's Flow. That does huge damage to bosses. If you're running Coming Calamity, you don't run Rakiata's Flow. So, I mean, you should do pretty good boss damage if you have Rakiata's Flow. Other than that, it's mostly just have a good weapon. When you're under geared, you can suffer from bad strings of no crits, single target, but I mean, I don't know what, are you like trying to farm bosses specifically? Because, I mean, bosses are a pretty small part of the game right now. At least if you're playing it anywhere remotely the same as I'm playing it, it's not a very big part of the game. Especially if you're like mapping with Headhunter, then it's not. Fail Citadels? Well, I mean, Citadels are super rippy, so... Yeah, I mean, Citadels are kind of harder than any boss in the game, in a way. Like, if you're maxed out Citadel points and you go in there with no Headhunter buffs.
Quick and lethal.
Like, I definitely can't tank Citadel bosses. I have to kill them in basically one hit, or phase them in one hit, or, you know, subject to dying, essentially. It's actually really dangerous. Don't use Delirious. Yeah, okay, so my strategy early on was don't run 6 modded maps, run 5 modded maps. Make sure they're not dangerous, and even if I die once, I still get to keep the Envy Annoyance, but no Deli on the map, which was nice. That's kind of what I did. P5 flat fizz desecrate at the moment. I don't know what your budget is or what the rest of your spear looks like. If it's like a perfect spear, then yeah, of course you would redesecrate it, right? If you have, you know, dozens of divines. If you have like less than 10 divines, and you just farm up currency and do it later. I got a goblin loot. A circle on a... I keep triggering it, it's so funny. Alright, sorry. It's goblin loot. Circle on a star. Nah, you don't need friends. I don't play with friends. Don't need friends.
Nowhere to run.
P7 loot seems like a scam. Or at least you probably die a lot less. I'm sure I would. Die less often.
Yes.
No div, but a light. We got a chance here on a Regal. Eh. Eh. Don't play any other games, just PoE. Lately just PoE, but I've played... I mean, I used to play D4 a little bit, but not lately. Age of Empires 2 is another game I've played somewhat recently, but not in probably a year or so. Used to play that halfway seriously.
Barely broke a sweat. I need more time.
Oh, Messiah. I have played Priest gameplay. I'm not a big fan of it though. Too much micromanagement. I got some secret strats though. Pretty legit.
Not yet.
And they are, believe it or not, off meta. Off meta strats. I play off meta in every game. Just ask Michael. Shrine Scepter, alright. Couple div there. What was the game that got me into this genre? Oh, well, I mean, Diablo 2. I played D2 back when I was still a kid.
Patience. Not ready.
Basically, I just played like console games, solo games, and then I would discover the world of the internet with like Age of Empires, which didn't have terrible internet connection issues. And so that was, an RTS game, and then I found out about StarCraft Brood War, and I played the crap out of that game. Much more popular RTS game back in the day, and then I was immediately like a giga fan of Blizzard Entertainment, and next was Diablo 2, so I was playing like a bunch of StarCraft and Brood War, Diablo 2, off and on, like switching back and forth between those two genres, RTS and ARPG. And as I got older, RTS got harder to do because it's like more competitive and APM intensive, especially StarCraft. So I started leaning ever so closer to ARPGs, and then I finally started playing World of Warcraft, and so that's MMORPG. Then basically I pretty much stopped playing RTS, except occasionally playing like StarCraft 2 and stuff. And I basically swapped between World of Warcraft and Diablo 3, I guess, at the time. It was mostly. Play both of those games. I didn't play Age of Empires for a very long time there for a while. But I always really loved that game. And it's more manageable from an APM standpoint than StarCraft. So I kind of got back into that. Blizzard North is the best gaming company in history. I mean, yeah, you don't need to convince me of that. I mean, the company was so great back then, it stun-locked me for like 15 years from even looking at any other company's games. Like, the only reason I didn't play Path of Exile sooner is because I was just staunch Blizzard loyalist, even through the Activision days, because they had just, I mean, you know, Blizzard had built up so much good karma with me that it took like half a year of abuse, you know, like it took like 6 years of full-on abuse from Activision to finally jog me out of it and even think of looking at other games. But I'm not really one to look at other games much. I did play Last Epoch and thought it was actually a pretty cool game. Best crafting system I've ever seen in an ARPG. Not just crafting system, but especially the blend of crafting and drops only loot is fantastic game design. Unfortunately, the game is just missing a lot of what, you know, makes PoE great. The sandbox nature, the infinite possibilities. Why am I facing this guy?
You are nothing. You're in disguise.
Orb of Annulment. This is about one div. Can you still drop Omens of Light in tier 7? I am literally guaranteed a tank in this map.
Nowhere to run. Barely broke a sweat.
Unless I die or something, I guess. Double... What? 3 divines? A 1 screen? What? The heck? I've never seen that. What in the world? I thought I heard like the sound effect multiple times layered over. I was like, wait a minute. Oh, it's not fracturing orb. Hello, YouTube. yeah, I'll probably be the intro right there. Now if I drop a mirror in this map, it'll be its own video. How this map only have one breach. Dang it. All three of those divines were probably from I bet you at least the double drop divine was a cleanse monster. Dude. Ready? It's 185. It did proc the precursor for double roll on rare monsters. So there's a ton of rare mobs in this map.
If it's locked, it must be worth something. An easy trophy.
150% Deli cleanse maps are pretty strong. They're pretty strong. This hurts, man. I can barely get a tink. What content are you doing? Doing the same thing? Dude, 3 divines on one screen is actually pretty good in PoE 1. Maybe we really are reaching PoE 1 levels of gaming here. Oh, I hadn't killed her yet. Ha! Crazy. Been quant farming? Well, your problem is quant farming is bad now. Should be rare monster farming. That is the way. Crazy shit would have to happen for me to actually get 1 divine per map. Dig site. Oh my god. Ice cave? Is ice cave good? Sand spit, anyway. Wait, no! I didn't put water on it. Oh god, it's so stupid. I'm missing loot. I've done this like 3 or 4 times. Who needs biome help anyway? Yeah, I don't have water biome on this, so it's a it's a sand spit without the water, without the 40% increased currency drop. It's still a great layout. I mean, still good layout. So I'm gonna run it. I'm not gonna like skip it or something. You don't add a every map has certain biomes connected to it. You're just talking about local knowledge. The Atlas notable 40% increase drops of something, and water and swamp are currency. Like an annulment orb.
Barely broke a sweat.
Game showing biome seems buggy. With like legacy things on it, like irradiated and stuff, it shows, but it doesn't seem to show otherwise. Definitely something weird about it. Some kind of bug, I guess. Plus, according to PoE 2DB, maps have more than one biome type. It's not like just exclusively one, but they only show one in game if they show anything.
Patience. Face me.
Right for Abyssal Frostblade? If they bring Blind Prophet into the game, I probably will do it, actually. But I'm supposed to league start bows. I'm kind of morally obligated to league start bows. Forever. In PoE 1.
Speak. Quickly, I will make use of this.
Regen. Influence, alright. Sure. Just because I go to PoE 1 doesn't mean I'm going to lose Deli Fog. Every map I do in PoE 1 I have Deli too. Wow, I can't seem to move around here.
Not ready.
Was that a tank?
Need more time.
Was. I've only disconnected one time. The game crashed one time. It's 100 maps, which is kind of weird since it's so, you know, heavy with Deli.
Not ready. Too weak. Too slow. Need more time.
Can't play supports on Herald of Ash coming Calamity. I don't know what's going on with that. It's extremely buggy. I can put supports in, but after I relog or change zones, the body armor disappears. You gotta relog again for it to reappear, then the supports are gone. Right now, the game is letting me put 3 out of 4 supports in. It's letting me put 11 out of 12 supports in all 3 of the heralds, but it will not allow me to put the 12th one in, no matter what I do for some reason. However, other body armors I've bought did allow me to put 12 in, so I don't know what's up with that. It's very strange. It's like super buggy, and it's been a well-known bug too. I don't know why they haven't fixed it yet. I think it was even a bug in 0.2, if I'm not mistaken. Have a guide on how to juice maps. I mean, yeah, I've got a lot of different videos out there on how I'm setting up these 100 maps farming sessions. I don't really have a guide specifically on rolling waystones this time, I don't think, but any particular farming session, I go over it in the beginning. We got 3 maps left. 3 maps left. What build am I going to play in PoE1? I honestly don't know yet. I don't know. We gotta see what they're gonna do to the game. They're gonna change the game a lot, apparently.
Speak.
I honestly hope you play PoE1 like 1 week and then come back here with new tech for the build. I'm definitely gonna play PoE2 for a little while. Especially if they don't delete the Wildwood for some stupid reason.
Yourself.
That's my jam.
And legal.
Wildwood Juicer.
Not ready.
I'm running Breach Overran, yeah. 150 Deli maps, almost exclusively. I mean, there were like 20 maps I did in the beginning where I was opening up the Atlas, doing towers, citadels, things like that. But, you know, around 80% of the maps I'm doing are like crazy high juice maps.
Not ready.
We're doing pure rarity waystones because they're easy to craft, overran, and then pure rare monster precursors.
I'm not ready.
So no quant.
Barely broke a sweat.
Should be getting tinks here. I don't know why I'm not. There we go. Best water map layout in the game. Wetlands.
Need more time.
New Bay 85 Sand. Yep, it's me, your everyday Japanese streamer. Am I using a trading add-on? No. I'm figuring out how much currency I make the hard way by showcasing it, then liquidating it, and then going over the numbers. And checking a few things on their own, if need be.
Yes? Quickly. As expected.
Oh, like this. Damn, that was some bad loot for that map. O League coming, I can feel it. Probably. Think of how many people would be disappointed if I didn't play bows. So many disappointed players. Miss Lightning Arrow? Lightning Arrow was really good last league on high budget. Like strength stacking Lightning Arrow or something.
Not ready.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. But lightning arrows inferior to elemental hit the spectrum at league start because that's like an entire weapon worth of fucking flat damage you get for nothing.
Nowhere to run. Need more time. Not yet.
Level 47 the campaign, Deadeye, would it be a good idea to change your build at some point? If you change my build at some point, you can do it at any point, but it would have to be the leveling version of it. Like, you can do Twister. You can level as Twisters. Oh, I've died like this before. Hold on. This is getting too laggy. The convergence of two breaches there. Not happy. Perfect Exalt.
Now this will come in handy. Need more time.
Dude, this build is so beautiful. Beautiful. I haven't heard it described as beautiful before. Thanks. "12 Chaos, no Divines, 1 Perfect Exalt." YXGT, thanks for JT. Thanks for that sub. 5
This
months
is all we have.
going on.
Gold is
I've not seen the video tier 7 rarity, but I'm aware of what it is. I think it's something I would test next if I had time, but I don't have enough time to test it. Not in like 100 maps farming session. The likes of 100 maps. If Deadeye gets nerfed, is the build still going to be viable? Yeah. Yeah, 100%. I was this close to doing the build on Invoker. Dial's up in here, nice. Yeah, I can do, it's good on Ritualist, Amazon, Invoker, Titan. Even like Witch Hunter. Anyone that can get to the bottom left right hand side of the tree. Final map. Last map magic. What magic will we see? Will we see some magic? Do I have the magical 20% proc? First off. No. Tier 4 Solar Amulet. Log in. A triple mirror drop, says Demise. Alright, triple mirror coming up. What? What?
Not yet.
Yeah, I didn't know I hit the Eldritch Altar for Divine Orb drops. Crazy.
Not yet.
That there did. One breach. All we get.
Nowhere to run. Not ready. I need more time.
Actually, grip bonus effect 3 sock of the gloves to surround a mirror. I don't know. That's not. Those gloves aren't the ones that I want for this build, so I haven't really paid much attention to the market on that. But that sounds like the baseline high-end gloves to me. So I doubt it sells for a mirror, though.
Need more time.
I think too many people craft it for it to be worth a mirror.
I'm not ready.
I would suspect those exact same gloves, or maybe one different roll type, would exist on trade. I figured they probably exist. Maybe your exact gloves exist on trade, or something very similar. All right, well, we got 3 div.
Speak.
Two socket uncorrupted or corrupted? Bro, how do you drop so much divs? Would you just tune in today? I've been showcasing that all league long.
Choose what a useful trade.
All night long. Yeah. It's 4 div. Apparently you're right.
Can I help? Is that a good price for that? I have no idea.
All right. We'll do a little cleanup.
What's new?
What's your favorite mechanic from PoE 1 that you'd like to see in PoE 2? The Wildwood. And the drop potential that comes from that. Ores. That's why I'm hoping the Alva strat survives. So basically I'm going to clean up the tab so it looks presentable. Something I always do. Definitely drop more Chaos Orbs this time. Who here agrees that the Wildwood would be the best mechanic to pull from PoE 1 to PoE 2? Where are my Wildwood gamers at? Zushi, nice. Yeah. I don't know, I'm waiting for new PoE 2 mechanics. I mean, that is the proper answer. For sure. I mean, I would much prefer them, instead of coming out of the Wildwood, come out with something better than the Wildwood that we've never seen before. Sure. But, you know, I was answering the question that was presented. Hello, Mr. Twister. Hope you're doing well. Oh, yeah. I is doing well. Just finished up this 100 map set. This is 150% Deli. I dropped more Chaos Swords, but fewer Divines. I don't know what to make of that. If anything, I thought it'd be the other way around. What do you guys think? I dropped way more visions too. What, 3 visions of paradise? Oh, 4 visions of paradise. What in the world? Question, does the level of Herald and Coming Calamity armor matter? Yeah, I wouldn't settle for 18. Probably do 19 at least. There's a pretty big difference between damage. Level 20 is special because you get extra gem slots that may or may not be socketable depending on the bug in the game. I mean, that's the only reason why I'm not using 20 is because it won't let me socket them in anyway, so I'm just like, screw it. I was using a 20 before. Post a ritual tablet for the wrong price and 10 bots join my hideout instantly. Yeah, how much currency did you lose? I mean, they're worth what, like 1 div each or something? Oh, I didn't drop any heart of the... What is it called again? Heart of the soul or something? Heart soul? I can't remember the name of it. Heart of the well. I didn't drop any hearts of the well. Crazy. I dropped 0. Oh god. So many uniques. I dropped way more uniques than normal. Way more. A high Deli for unique farming, huh? Mimu yesterday had a PoE2 script running. I don't know what you mean script. You mean like macro on the mouse or something? I don't think GGG cares all that much about that stuff.
Yes? I'll do what I can to sell it for you.
Ritual tablets over divine now? I don't know. So rituals keep getting more and more expensive. Or ritual omens. Yeah, the omens are, I think, are starting to go kind of out of control in price. Did not get any high value runes this time. Let's see. Seeing these YouTube highlights for Shohei Ohtani. I don't know if anybody cares about this, but apparently we're witnessing history right now. The best baseball player that's ever lived is currently living and playing, and I think he's still got a lot of lifespan left, presumably. He's actually like Tiger Woods level for baseball, or Michael Jordan level for baseball. We're basically watching the Tiger Woods and or Michael Jordan of baseball right now, in case anybody didn't know about this. I've started paying a little bit of attention to that, and it's pretty crazy. Pretty unreal. Like once in a generation athlete. And the one right now is Shohei Ohtani in baseball. Japanese superstar. What is your build? The tornado ring won't stop. Oh, it's just whirling slash. Whirling slash. This skill. You use it to move around and cast big twisters and stuff. Sorry, I'll turn it off. Make it more reasonable for you guys. Yeah, I figure nobody really cares about baseball right now. It's kind of a shame, but it doesn't take away from his monumental achievements. Apparently had 3 homers last game he played. He's a pitcher who likes... There's nothing he can't do. He can steal bases, he can hit homers, he's a pitcher, he can play any position, and I think, and freaking nuts. Okay, let's see here. That's that there. Oh yeah, I was gonna look up my own build, how I set these up last time. Five tool players? I don't know what you mean by tool. Talking about like versatility? I know they're talking about him like he just completely skunks, like, you know, people talk about Babe Ruth or something. Like, it's obviously a crazy old era athlete, but like he's completely dominates all of like the best stats of any player in history. Why the whirlwind follow your character instead of on the ground? It's because it follows if you cast cast it quickly and like it doesn't move. It always follows if you just right click. If you're not running, it'll follow. A baseball is actually huge in Japan. It's bigger in Japan than it is in the US. So yeah, they're crazy about Shohei Ohtani for sure. Like baseball in Japan is American football in America. Like it's about on par with that. I'm just copying exactly the format I was doing before. I just figured it makes it easy on the eyes if people are looking at one to the next. So I only dropped 6 perfect exalts, but first time I dropped 13. What? Also dropped perfect chaos before and didn't drop any of those this time. About half as many perfect regals. I assume these are just flukes. I don't know. Basketball is kind of popular in Japan as well. $89. Dude. A lot of fragments. Rarity. Too bad it's not gold. Neck. It's like all the bases I have. Barely any. Okay, so we got that. Potential. Okay. Get the show on the road. Okay, guys, round 3 of 100 maps, 150% Deli edition. I figured these results would be pretty interesting, especially with the currency drops. So we'll just kick right into that. I dropped over 700 Chaos Orbs, which is like 20% more Chaos Orbs than any of the other 2 sessions. However, that didn't match up for some of the other higher tier currency drops, like Divines and Perfect Exalts, or, you know, even like Greater Chaos, Perfect Regals, Annulments. I did, however, drop more Omens of Light than before, 12. I think the most I ever dropped before was like 9 or 10. And so I'm not sure what to make of this, because if I just look at the Chaos Orbs, it looks like maybe this is definitively better. But if I look at the high tier currencies, it's not, really. In this session, you know, I think I probably ran my highest quality maps overall. I hit a lot of corrupted and cleansed zone areas. I did a lot of water biomes. I did a lot of good layouts. And I think I just got like a little bit better, more refined at choices on, you know, how I opened up the towers and exactly the layouts I selected. Was a little bit more selective about all that. So if anything, I figured the results would get better. So yeah, initial look here is one of a little bit of disappointment, honestly, with especially the Divine Orb drops. And again, no lock or mirror. But yeah. We also got a lot of uniques. So one thing I got way more of is uniques. Way more uniques. Like twice as many uniques or something like that. And so that was a consequence of extra Deli, I suppose. Still got some bases here. Did truly get a few high value items, like in terms of uniques. Fall of the Axe, I got a Shrine Scepter here. We got Alpha Howl here. We got Veil of the Night here. And then we also got one other big jackpot. Diala's Desire made its return to this session. Didn't expect to see that again. And then we also got, what, 4 Visions of Paradise? That's pretty crazy, considering I only got 6 Grand Projects. That's luck. I think Visions of Paradise is like a 10% drop rate compared to Grand Project. Maybe 20% or something, so really high RNG on Visions. And everything else just kind of checks out. No high tier runes, nothing else that's really an outlier. You can see I did a lot of Citadel maps, and maybe the, you know, however many Citadel maps I did got in the way of some of the other drops, perhaps, but I don't think that much in the way, since it was a 100 map set. But yeah, it's time to liquidate all this, see how much currency I made. I bet the number is pretty respectable, especially, you know, these fragments definitely going for something. Visions is going for quite a bit. Diala's Desire is going for a lot, and everything else should check out, should see a pretty good number in the end. Alright.
Have an order?
Here we go.
What's new?
What's it worth today? It's up. Oh. Alright.
All right. Your order is registered.
A couple div. Cool.
Have an order?
Omens of Light. 56. I suppose I can just do that. It's fine. Wait, what? Fine. Fine. Nope.
Let's see if there are any takers.
38. Figure 1 for 1, right? Oh, wait, what? 30. 38, pay 36.
I'll fill that in as soon as I can. All right, your order is registered. I'll post it right away.
Can't believe how little fracturing orbs are worth. Absolutely wild to me. Ten, 8, 4. Wow, these are worth kind of a lot.
I'll post it right away.
Nice. The one I found the most of is worth the most. Yeah. Citadel the freaking money.
Hello there. Can I help?
We got asynchronous trade coming in PoE 1. Who's excited? I mean, it looks like we do. Oh wait, how do I not have... What? Oh, I can't count. 1700.
I'll post it right away.
Whoa. King Kongar, hello, good sir. What's up, man? You getting ready to log in, I see. You about done with your PoE
I'll fill
PoE
that
2
in as
journey
soon as
for
I
the
can.
league? I just rated myself here. Never done. A PoE 1 soon. I know, I know. You already figured out where you're gonna league start? Likely? Likely to league start?
What's new?
No, actually, I don't know yet either, really, since they said they're gonna change a bunch of stuff. Kind of leaving myself open.
I'll post it right away.
If nothing else, I can do my tried and true. Elemental His Spectrum Wooden. Hey now. No ripping me off.
I'll fill that in as soon as I can.
Not gonna lie, not enjoying yourself, SSF Warrior? Oh, I haven't done any SSF stuff.
All right, your order is
It's not for
registered.
me.
Have an order?
I need that trade. I need that asynchronous trade, which is coming to PoE 1, I think.
I'll post it right away.
Sold a weapon for 650D. Nice. Big money. Pretty crazy, you can make that money.
As soon as I can.
That much. I mean, it makes you feel stupid for farming currency. Grinding currency, right? It's just like, what am I even playing the game for?
What's
Oh my god. I haven't sold anything lately, but I kind of stopped crafting. I got a couple massive ones. 800 div. 700 div. These are like self-craft, didn't hit exactly what I wanted. Or like effed it up. Not bricked, but kind of effed it up in some way. And this is for 800 div. It's so ridiculous. 30-minute craft, yeah. I was basically crafting this thing over again. I would expect this to go for well over 1,000 div if I sold it. Based on the fact those other two sold that were not as good as this. But like, it's... Should probably just craft a bunch of these, because could make so much profit crafting these. They're like 200, 400 div to craft before corrupting. On average, probably. Before corrupting. So, you know, 50% profit margin or something. But I don't know. I don't know how much demand there is, though. Alright, let's see here. We got these items. I think all of these have value. The Last Lament. Five chaos. Really? Actually worth something. What? What is this worth so much for? Is it like the special mod? What's the corruption you're going for? All of the acts. $75C. Okay. Alphas? Owl. Okay. Probably more, because that actually has some cold res. Malagar's Virtuosity. Yeah, not much. Veil of the Night. 60. Nice. Guiding Palm of the Mind. 35.
Have an order?
Whoa, chaos to div ratios. Ugh. 7.8 div in uniques. Okay. Precursors. $12 each. It's kind of a lot. Half a div. 65.
Hail.
Hundred, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 113 divided by 23 is 19.3 div in precursor value. Worth paying 100 div for a ring? Decent ring with T2 fire? You mean if it's like the same as this one? Like it's literally just the same as this? Yeah. Yeah, this is worth 100 div. I'd say at least. I mean, if you factor in every possible crafting outcome, like, you know, something weird happens where you can like profit craft in a different direction, you probably make more currency crafting. But if you like were specifically trying to hit these mods specifically, yeah, it's probably like a 50 to 100 div plus craft on average. All res. Well, I mean, the all res roll matters a lot with the setup I'm doing. It doesn't have to be perfect. I wouldn't settle for any less than T2, for sure.
I'll fill that in as soon as I can.
What a scam.
I'll post it right away.
It was like tilting.
I'll post it right away.
Why are these not selling?
Let's see if there are any takers.
What are logbooks worth? I guess I won't count them as worth anything. Though I know they are a little bit worth a little bit. I suppose I'll gamble these. Yeah. Rage Gaming's not making much currency this league. They actually got pushed out of the content space. Those poor, poor guys. They got straight up bullied out. I feel a little bad. I don't like bullying.
Hail.
You guys feel bad, right? How Rage Gaming got bullied out of content creation. They're just trying to make an honest
Let's
living.
see if there are any takers.
Trying to help the community out. Give them cool tips. 99. Give them the secrets. Trade secrets.
All right, your order is registered.
Alright, we're about ready for this. Hey. What? Kind of a lot of divines. A lot. Seems I did pretty good. Hey. Alright, how many chaos orbs is this? This is, let's... I hate math. $72, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 78. 78 times 20 minus 2. 1,558 divided by 23 plus 240 minus 3. 304.7. Wow, actually made a lot. Huh. One, 333, 331.8 minus 166. I did better than I thought. It's all that Citadel fragments though. The Citadel fragment farming is crazy currency right now. I bet you could make like 30 div an hour pretty easily. I know X the Farmer made a video on that. I actually made 16.8 div an hour this time. Yeah, the Citadel fragments carried really hard. That's a couple lucky drops. Well, everything, I mean, I kind of wish I had dropped like 40 more raw div, and then I would have known for sure that 150% Deli is better.
Hail.
One.
Have an order?
Wait, what? Alright, there's like not very many locks. Huh. Maybe people just using them. Yeah, I don't know how people are gonna feel about this normalized. Wow. Alright. Okay. Welcome back, everybody. We have the liquidation complete. And the results are a little better than I thought. I think that's mostly on account of the Citadel fragments that were not included last time. But this time they were included. They were included the first time as well, but I used Vision to Paradise, and the investment costs were higher a bit because of it. But yeah, I think Citadel farming is really kind of crazy. Helped carry a bit here. Let's go down here and see what we got. So the precursor breakdown with some extra Vision to Paradise, some lucky RNG on Visions, drops, 4 of them, total plus 1 chaos per magic one that I haven't even looked at. 19.3 divines in the Grand Projects as well. Uniques was also better than average because we got, well, they're actually kind of hiding behind here, but we already looked at it. Veiled of the Night, and, I got a Shrine Scepter and the Fall of the Axe, the same charm I'm using, a few other things. And then we got the currency, which kind of wrapped up everything else, all the catalysts, the dialas, gems sold, all the fragments for citadels, all that collectively just kind of thrown into the bucket of currency. 304.7 divines worth here, and that's all sitting in the dump tab right here. That does not include anything that's left over here on the right. None of this stuff was included at all. I only counted the uniques that were actually worth a fair bit. Sorry, it does count Fall of the Axe, but none of the other uniques. And it counts none of these bases that have legitimately decent potential to turn out to be worth something through crafting for profit. It also doesn't count most of the things that are left over here. It doesn't count logbooks as well. So the investment was 166 divines. That was because of triple isolation plus a few visions of paradise added. Remember my investment last time I did overrun by abyss maps, but not 100% overrun by abyss maps. It was around 100 divines per 100 maps. This time it's quite a bit more because of, again, the difference in distills and visions being put into the strategy. Gross profit 331.8 divines. That's this whole collective number here. Net profit 165.8 divines. Divine per map 1.6 and divine per hour 16.8. It was still about the same amount of time because it didn't really make any difference. 150% Deli versus 94% Deli in terms of time, at least for this build. And so the number was higher. And again, I attribute that mostly to Citadel fragments that weren't present last time. Divines per map normalized. So what is that? Okay, so this is a low confidence estimate right now. Okay, I repeat, low confidence estimates. I decided that at least for the time being, that it probably somewhere around 1 out of 1,000 divine orb drops averages to a Mirror of Calandra dropping. This is something we try to somewhat estimate in PoE 1 using sacred orbs usually, but using divine orbs here, and estimating the Hinacore lock's probably about 4 times more common than the Mirror of Calandra, which is probably a little bit higher confidence on that. People use it more. I think that's why there's fewer of them in the market, because people aren't really using mirrors much, but they are actually using Hinacore lock a bit for the corruptions, third socket and stuff. Even I used one on my spear the other day. So if you look at the value of those items, they're crazy high value. And if you try to normalize it against the number of divine orbs I dropped, which was 89, and cross-reference that with a value, 1 divine orb to 250 for a lock, 1 divine orb against 1,000 for a mirror, you get much higher numbers in there. It adds a lot to the estimated normalized value of the farm, since this farm does, in a pretty significant way, try to target farm a lock or a mirror, as well as other high-tier currencies. And if I tried to normalize this, again, with low confidence right now, it's something like 5.5 divines per map and 55 divines an hour, which would put it as a top-tier currency farming strat. Now, that is to say, you could drop a lock or a mirror in some random map too, so, you know, it's fair to criticize this estimation against that, but given that you're juicing the maps to the hilt maximum, trying to drop the lock or mirror desperately, which I still didn't, that's kind of the numbers I'm estimating for now. So don't take this to heart in any serious way. I just figured I would actually include that to give you some sense of what it might be like in the future down the road, as we start taking PoE 2 more seriously and in endgame farming, as they start balancing things out. Just gives you a little bit of a window into how we do things in PoE 1, where these numbers are much more steady and reliable. So that's it for the results. I got a little bit of a gambling thing to do. A little bit of a gambling thing. All of these uniques have potential to be worth a fair bit more than they are default. And I've already gotten a couple of 61% life Veil of the Knights this league. They sell for like 100 div. So let's see what we got going on here. We'll start with Alpha's Howl. And the spirit number got wrecked. So you want to see the opposite thing with the spirit number. So that's not going to be worth anything. The Last Lament crossbow. I actually don't know what people want. I got a chance to maim. Okay, that's not going to be worth anything. We got Malagar's Virtuosity. I don't think so. That's not worth anything. A second socket might be. Veil of the Night, second socket. That's actually not that great. I think it's a little bit alright. And then this, you're wanting Palm of the Dreamer above all else. And reduce attribute requirement. Okay. I got pretty skunked there. Unless Veil of the Night, 2 sockets is really good or something, but I don't think it is. And I'm not going to bother with showing anything else for this. Kind of a waste of time. Getting the only other valuable thing here. I think I'll refrain from valing my Fall of the Axe. Well, I suppose I could, at least with these 6 Orbs of Chance, spam these down. I seem to have run out. Okay. Nothing. Yeah. Yeah, so that's it. This is third time's a charm. Farming mostly Abyss Overrun maps. Trying to get a sense of, especially this time around, if maximal deliriousness is better than low delirium or even like middle of the road with 1 isolation, 2 fear. I said this earlier in the chat. I feel like what I saw was suggested that it is better, but except for the Divine Orb drop rates and some of the other high tier currencies, it's kind of bizarre. I don't really know what to make of it. Maybe not a big enough sample size, too much RNG variability and how many cleanse maps I'm doing this time versus not dying and stuff. I did die like, what, like 6 times or something, about the same as last time, but the maps were harder this time, so I'm not too upset about that. 150% Deli is rippy as heck, for sure. But we got through it pretty fast. I'm pretty happy with the performance. The results, I just kind of wished that more high-tier currency dropped, because it would make more sense to do harder content. Do harder content, get better drops, the way the game's supposed to be. But I think if I were to, you know, keep playing and trying to continue pursuing the best strat, I would probably drop it back down to 94% Deli. I think Fear is probably best overall, especially for breach monsters. I'm getting the impression that the upside of Delirium, increased quantum rarity from that, does, just like in PoE 1, in this game, doesn't apply to monsters that spawn into the map after the fact, after they spawn, which would include every single breach monster, most of the Abyss monsters, and, you know, any other special mechanic you're doing in there. But I did try to do a lot of cleanse maps, so maybe that's why I got extra Chaos Orbs. I don't know. There is a new video from Farham recently, I think of honorable mention, about tier 7 juicing to knock off the table some of the high tier currencies that convert over that are valuable, but not like mirror or lock valuable. It pulls off, I know, like perfect exalts, perfect chaos orbs, and it's obviously way easier to do. And if I were to do another 100 maps, I would probably do tier 7. I would kind of test that all the way through, and I figured you guys would like that. The problem is, we're getting close to PoE 1 time, and so it's getting time to start reorienting my brain towards PoE 1, League Start practice. Not sure what I'm going to run yet, but we have the grand reveals coming out in a few days here, so yeah, 2 months on, 2 months off, 2 months on, 2 months off. So yeah, in conclusion, we're basically done with the league. I don't think I'm going to drop a mirror lock. I might do a little bit of farming off stream, but you know, the clock's ticking here, so kind of got to get back to PoE 1, maybe take it easy for the next couple of days. I'm sure you guys won't mind. I suppose I should come out with one more video, you know, maybe like a final build showcase, because I haven't actually done that. I don't know. I have showcased this build numerous times in various ways, but maybe one nice clean cut showcase would be nice. Would you guys like that? Let me know in the comments if you'd like that. Maybe I can. And then it's straight to PoE 1 League Start. So hope you guys got some value out of this video. I know it's kind of similar farming strats to the other ones, but a little bit of change, a little bit of nuance, and I guess we'll have to hold off to 0.4 to drop our first mirror of Calandra in PoE 2. A little unlucky to have not dropped it, as we're ending the season with 700, over 700 divines dropped it, and you know, most of those are in the last couple weeks for sure. Guys, that's it for this video. Stay tuned for more farming videos in PoE 1, as well as build updates, League Start guides, things like that. And I might have to come out with a video talking about a recent debate from the Off Meta Michael reaction. Got a lot of comments on that, a ton of comments, starting to make me think I would do well to kind of take all that together, all that feedback, and make a video out of it somehow. We'll see. Anyway, stay tuned. We'll see you guys next time in the next video. Until next time. So that's the YouTube video. Now, as promised, we're going to do a little bit of Theorycrafting. Time for the real business, PoE 1 League Start. Well, actually, I'm doing PoE 2 League Start. Theorycraft. Or PoE 2, you know, Titan in-game stuff right now. Right this second. Wow. Behold. Marvel in its wonder. This is not like a finished thing. You can see I'm like level 115 right now. But, you know, I'm trying to figure out like how I might approach this. Maybe? So, Titan. 50% increased effect of small passive skills. Crushing blows. I can't remember what that is, but it's nothing super great. And then 50% more damage against heavy stunned enemies. Which would actually be pretty big in maps. Area of effect, there's a lot of points of area of effect. Not all of these are actually area of effect, like this is presence of area of effect and stuff, but for the most part, I've taken all of the area of effect nodes that are anywhere nearby on the pathway. I didn't take these, I guess. This might be where Druid starts, though. Is this going to be where Druid starts? Where is Druid's starting zone? Is it going to be where the monk is? Or it's got to be either with the monk or here with Invoker. 2.5 attack rate? No, this isn't. I don't have the gear and stuff populated up. Plus it's on weapon set 2 anyway. Don't pay attention to the numbers on the left. I've really just worked on the passive tree. I did initially go down here, but I can't seem to make this work quite like I want it to. Well, Druid is actually the hybrid of hybrid classes. So it could be like, you know, Wolf would be very much like Monk. But yeah, like Bear would be like Strength, or, you know. It probably is. Starting here, which does have some AoE points. So like Druid start could do like da 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 da, and then down here and over this way. Maybe. Or just, I mean, maybe straight down here. I don't know. So this right here, you would, I guess, take some points that aren't really that valuable, but there's no really good way out of here. I did for a second, like, do this whole thing, but it's a lot of payment on points. I find it hard to ignore these here. I feel like you'd be pretty dumb not to take these. Plus you get some good speed notes here for the weapon set. Pretty big opportunity to do a few things with this jewel slot. The most obvious one is to make it the AoE skill vectoration slot, But you could also do Resolute Technique and layer it over it. It's actually not very good for Against the Darkness. All the big points are just barely out of the way. Well, I was looking at Druid, potential Druid Twister, hypothetically, but this is Titan Twister. One of the big questions I'm not sure if what I would do is, I know for a fact I want to go over here and get Dance with Death. I don't think I can afford to make Titan special without sacrificing crit. I don't even think I can invest into crit. There's not much crit nearby. There's these points here. There's these points here. And then there's a few points down here. Like, if I went crit, I would want to do the whole setup over here, right? I would want to do this again. But in order to even have a snowball's chance in hell of having enough points to go up there, you would have to, like, sacrifice all of this, which is, like, a ton of AoE, which I may have to sacrifice anyway. Which is, yeah, pretty weird. Now, I did realize there's actually a pretty good Against the Darkness possibility here. Of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now, my Against the Darkness is 7, so I could actually do the same spirit setup and wear Solar Amulet instead of Gold Amulet and have enough spirit for everything. Potentially. All of these points have value. Actually, this wheel's pretty strong with max rage anyway. And it's just like 2 points extra or whatever. And then this could be good with increased armor. And armor applies to elemental damage, which makes me think this might actually be a good reason to go Iron Reflexes. Maybe. And, you know, I would still wear Coming Calamity and... Like, the Coming Calamity and Constricting Command are both evasion armor hybrid pieces, actually, but they don't have much in the way of, you know, defensive stats. But, you know, I could craft the gloves and boots to be, you know, really high evasion armor hybrids. And, sorry, I got some errors. Anytime I scroll over any pin node, it gets an error. I cannot, for the life of me, figure out a good metamorphosis spot. I don't know why. Do I share this POB? Yeah, I will at some point at the end before we go. This is what we're doing for the rest of the stream here. Kind of looking at this. So I can save some points by not speccing crit here, crit here. Oh yeah, the other thing that I think would be a good idea with this version of the build is to not go barrage in frenzy charges. There's still maybe use charge regulation, but I think this... I'm contemplating in this setup would be an accuracy stack. Okay, so this is 0 crit accuracy stacking Twister spam. So this would feel really... This would be like really fast whirling slash... It would actually whirling slash faster than the Deadeye, I think. Because its accuracy stacking would result in more attack speed than Tailwind. Once you had Giga Gear. And then we can, like, because we're whirling slash faster, and we're actually stacking on both ends, like, even the Twister cast will be a faster cast speed, and then instead of going crit on the Twister weapon, would actually go attack speed. So even the Twister cast will be really fast. And with all that combined, I think we could justify skipping out on Barrage completely. So basically it would be like whirling slash like 3 or 4 times super fast and Twister cast. Whirling slash 3 or 4 times super fast and Twister cast. So you would be like, you would be casting Twister a lot, actually. This also makes even more sense because this version of the build would have a huge amount of skill effect increased duration. It would probably, obviously not going to spec Garrican's Resolve or Inevitable Crit. Would give me more opportunity to double down on skill effect duration, get a bunch of skill effect duration here, here, here. Here, 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 and actually go prolonged duration, which is 30% more skill effect duration in the cast. So even though I only cast 4 Twisters or 5 Twisters at once, they would last a really, really long time. And so in maps, it would feel a lot like, you know, you'd be a speedster ramp up build, like you would just be ramping up. It would also be really nice pre-boss. Boss initiating the boss. So whenever you're getting ready to initiate the boss, you can already like recast a ton of Twisters. They would be lasting a really long time, and it'd be like whirling slash, twister, 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 and the boss is like getting ready to zone in or whatever, and you've already got like 100 twisters out. But they wouldn't crit, they wouldn't hit super hard. Of course, AoE would be crazy huge. Almost a 1 meter breakpoint, but I don't know how to. I don't see how I can get any more than 2 additional breakpoints with this without fumbling the build in a bad way. Yeah, so the twisters would be really big, they would be really long lasting, and we'd be spamming them. And if we did go Oasis, we could actually get some surprisingly fast twisters. Otherwise, the twisters are going to be not so fast. So I'm a little concerned about that. So that's why I'm tentatively putting that here. Also got 1 accuracy point here. If I went evasion, this would be pretty nice because I could actually, put the point here. Careful consideration, maybe. We could still do Crimson Assault and go that whole setup with and wary dodging, maybe, with evasion. Unleash Fire is actually stronger here. Multitasking would be weaker if I didn't use Barrage, but... Deadeye has Frenzy Charge tech, so maybe just be smarter to just give up Frenzy Charges and Barrage completely. And then Tailwind we can kind of make up for with accuracy stacking, and then we don't even need the Frenzy Charges from Called Shots from the Deadeye tech. So you're basically removing any of the issues with not going Deadeye by just giving up Frenzy Charges. Which is, don't get me wrong, that's a huge hit in overall damage potential, but it would play differently, and we'd be doubling down on the strengths of Titan, which is AoE and skill effect duration especially. And then forcing speed through accuracy stacking. So it would still be a life-based armor. It would be a life-based armor build. And somebody said earlier, Ninth Letter said, armor feels bad without 20 or 30k. Yeah, here, let me actually populate proper items here, because that's something I didn't do yet. So these are the top tier of these. Okay, we'd still do speed, I guess. Maybe there's something else that's really good. I haven't really looked at this. Wouldn't necessarily have to do speed here, but I mean, you probably would. Adjust it. I think it would be fun. If I had more time, I'd build into it, but... I guess I'll just match it up with my current. Just 12k? Yeah, I mean, I can't get a ton of armor. I mean, I get stun threshold too, by the way. I mean, I am getting a decent amount of stun threshold automatically. I think I have at least like 100% increased stun threshold. So it might not be that terrible. Again, worst case scenario, I can actually go evasion with wary dodging, crimson technique or whatever it is. Hold fire, I guess. Yeah. There's also Headhunter, and I don't know how much armor Headhunter gives. Hmm. Only 14,000-ish. You drop Viper Cap and use Corsair to get tail. Uh, uh I mean, I thought I would probably do like a real body armor. What about this point here? Not that great. You go pure armor. Viper Cap's gonna be nerfed hard. Yeah, probably. But I mean, I'll still set it up for. We got here. Yeah, I don't see myself getting a whole lot more armor than that. Do I have surround on? Maybe I don't have surround on though. I think I do. Yeah, I do. That's a lot of armor while surrounded. You actually get a lot of armor while surrounded. The Titan while you go, I'm using Resolute technique. Then attack speed on both weapons. So instead of crit, you would go attack speed, and then attack. Well, hmm, the other one. Actually, what spear would I use here? Because I don't need crit. Really, no. Stalking spear is slow. Or a Chalum spear. It's worse in every regard. I guess you still use sprite. Speed again. Actually, how do I put reservation? No way to, I guess. Hmm. Sacred flame. Wait, what? I can't even put it. So weird. Oh yeah. I could have another socket here, but not likely. You'll need a. I don't know how I'm gonna get my um rarity. Probably still needs all attributes. Nice. Know about these? Yeah, they're going down the wrong path though, away from the jewel slot, which is super annoying. Even my path over here, it's like not necessarily the best. But they are on my radar. It's too bad there's not like keystone here. Maybe next time they'll put more passive down here, make this spot even better. Hey, I had 3,000 life. much life can you get? Rings. Oh, actually, I forgot. I'm not gonna need nearly as much spirit. So I won't need combat frenzy probably. Although I might still use it for charge regulation. Uh, damn. Yeah, I shouldn't need unset rings. I don't need charge regulation. Don't need call the weak would be much less valuable here, I guess. And cast on elemental ailment though. Ricky tricky. So these rarity rings. Be rarity. Oh, actually, we're gonna want this. Accuracy on both rings. No flat lightning. No flat on any piece. Well, this is most reminiscent of what I was doing. I could use Chaos Res rings instead, though. So I would still run Companion, I guess. Frenzy. Maybe I'll still run it. Wind Dancer does nothing for you, right? Oh yeah, I don't even have a... What's the equivalent of Wind Dancer for armor? Scavenged plating? We need to break armor? Okay. Does it come with brake armor? See. So I won't need to go mana leech on this setup at all. I don't know, it's a bit of a mess right now. Oh yeah, Barrage is gone. Too. So Barrage, Call, Wind Dance. Well, I mean, I need to bring in. It's just so annoying dealing with the Spirit. With maybe they updated this and I'm not aware of it, but dealing with Spirit on weapon sets doesn't work at all in Path of Building at all. Unfortunately, I rigged this up with an old version of the build, it's just messing me up in the head. But I think it'll be fine. Oh yeah, and Coming Calamity is jacked up too. %? Wait, that's a lot less than Wind Dancer, isn't it? Oh no, it's the same. Okay. Alright, I'll put this in for now. I'll try to figure out a way to make use of it. Is there a breakpoint on this or something? No, like, breakpoint is there? Oh yeah, I'll get different anoint. Different anoint. Inclined to do catapult anyway. Can take blood magic and get 3 points here, and like this point here, some points here, but They're just not good allocations of the points. The problem is you just can't afford that. You can't afford any of that. Six. Hmm. Have you stunned the enemy recently? Yeah. What happened to my armor? How did my armor get wrecked? Oh, area of effect if you've killed recently. Yeah, maybe. Very reliable, but not on bosses. See, this is a good point. This is a good point. That would be a good point. Increase damage with. Oh, I remember one thing I was gonna do. Right, there's a war cry. There's a war cry we're gonna use. Oh, yeah, I forgot about this. That was one of the cool things with this build. Am I gonna make Whirling Slash Titan? Only if I get really excited about this, but I don't know yet. Was it Infernal? Oh, it's this one. What about Infernal though? Perform empowering subsequent melee attacks if there are enemies nearby. So that's not very good. Yeah, it's Ancestral Cry. There's something interesting with Twister and Whirling Slash to go Ancestral Cry. Every single one of your Whirling Slashes are empowered, which is pretty crazy. I don't know about the volcanic steps or whatever, but it's really interesting. It does make you do more Whirling Slash damage. Requires you get endurance charges. So, I guess the problem with doing the accuracy thing is you need this here. Although, I don't know, maybe not. Maybe the accuracy just sucks. So, to do whirling slash with actual physical damage and break armor like constantly with whirling slash, if you have a big physical weapon for whirling slash, you'll break armor. This is a funny case where you could just craft one weapon and put speed in it instead of gain as extra. Because you would just craft the same weapon on both ends. It'd be flat lightning. But I don't know about how that would make Trinity work. It might be problematic. But, well, I guess it'd be reservation issues. Maybe. I might try to figure out a way. Because I don't know. That. Wait, why? Oh, it's from on full rage. What? I didn't even know that didn't register. Wow. Hmm. Interesting. Almost, yeah. In the end, it's gonna be like one attack per second. Everything going into it, that's 2.5 attacks per second. Kind of a lot. Increase area effect of aftershocks you create yourself, which I guess would be included in this. Maybe if you can put aftershock. I don't even know. I haven't messed around enough with Ancestral Cry to know if it's to what extent it's really good. It felt fun, but not like super useful. Oh, right. Okay, let me check Twister. Inevitable crit out of here. No salvo either. At least no overreach for now. We would definitely, in this case, do duration. Prolonged duration. Cooldown. No cooldown. 35% more skill speed duration. What is that Twister duration? 7.4. That's pretty big. That's 50% longer than Twisters I play with. So it could do area of effects, or I don't know what else. The Ambrosia wouldn't work with this setup. Do you know what might work? I can't remember what it's called. The one that turns off if you use the skill too many times, but it attacks faster each time. Why does it say 4.1 million DPS? What? That number is pretty impressive. This build does have a huge amount of percent increased damage. Oh, part of it is also it assumes the enemy is stunned. So wait, wasn't there something down here for this? Uh, Fully broken armor effects also apply to fire damage taken from hits. How strong is that? That sounds pretty broken. What if you went Molten One's Gift plus Avatar of Fire? I've thought about trying to figure out how to make it into an Avatar of Fire build, but yeah, it was Cadence, but I don't. No, you can't do Avatar of Fire and Trinity and all that. So you would be doing not Trinity and, I mean, probably not Elemental Conflux, any of that. But maybe like earlier version of the build, maybe. But you also wouldn't, unless you had the shock boots, you wouldn't get shocks or freeze or chill. Ferocity, cadence. Oh, that's why the number was so high. There's no way that would be worth it. All right, what twister gems? Can't do Ambrosia with this setup. Could do Deliberation. Inhibitor. Yeah, I could do Inhibitor. Inhibitor is bugged right now. It actually gives you 4% more damage per infusion on you, not per different type. So I don't know why. It's actually bugged. So with the build running with Twister, Inhibitor is actually one of the best gems. Believe it or not. What is this? Breaker. Well, I could put armor break in here. but you lose damage. That would instantly give you armor break on everything, everywhere, every time. You'd have max endurance charges. I don't know. I mean, it would automatically bring online. It would completely bring online, and scavenger plating and ancestral cry max endurance charges, and for charge regulation. I don't know. Maybe I'll make this sacrifice. When you kill an enemy with Twister, it also breaks their armor completely at the same time. All bosses get broken armor immediately. If a Twister is breaking armor at all. Wait, isn't there a lineage gem? No updates available. What? What's a lineage gem? Oh. Back. Eric smelting. Alright. But you don't get the endurance charge. It also doesn't actually break armor. Yeah. Ah, well. Yeah, I'll just put this in for now. I mean, this is the kind of decision that would get me build of the week status. You're like massively sacrificing DPS to bring online certain tech. Because Ancestral Cry needs endurance charges constantly to get its high duration, and then Scavenge Plating needs broken armor constantly for that. So why not just break armor and sacrifice an entire support gem on Twister, casting Twister constantly? I'm totally gonna get build of the week here, guys. Totally. I don't even dare submit my build for build of the week. There's no way it would ever be picked. It's way too convoluted. They can't get away with it. Oh, here's something I should check. This is coming along fairly nicely, though. You guys liking what you see? Sacrifice all crit to get one additional attack per second. I don't know. Projectiles already pierce. Dude. I don't know, my armor is trash. I can't get armor. Damn. I want to take this for the against the darkness. We could still use Walker of the Wilds, but this is for crit. Like, if I go crit at all, I use Walker of the Wilds. Almost certainly. And I would path up here. Which means I'd have to make more sacrifices. But I could sacrifice all this. But then it makes no sense not to take these all. Which means I need to sacrifice more passive points. I don't really have that many more I can sacrifice. And then I would also want to take Tainted Strike. Like, it'd be stupid not to. Like, it's just... This needs to be a 120 passive point build. That's the problem. That's too much. I'm beginning to think maybe the accuracy stacking thing is not really worth it. Because you're basically sacrificing a bunch of damage and or rarity. You're sacrificing crit, but you can't really spec into crit either anyway. But, you know, with Headhunter you get a ton of free crit. Which you'd be missing out on. But if I went crit, I'd feel like going Gaurakan's Resolve, or which doesn't make sense with spamming, or Inevitable Crit, which doesn't make sense spamming. So there's a, you know, and I can't really just, I really just can't afford to spend passive points on crit. So it just makes a lot of sense to go no crit on this build. If I'm setting it up this way. I feel like I'm gate kept out of crit, if nothing else, on account of not enough passive points. It would be not, I mean, it wouldn't be that hard to go up here and do the same setup I'm doing on Deadeye. But that doesn't make sense if I don't go crit. There's another option. White Titan for Twister. Well, the idea is to get, like, preferably 3 additional breakpoints. But I'm currently looking at just 1 or 2. Yeah, like in my ideal world, I would go up here and get this. If only like blood magic was located right here, that would be so good. I'm also missing this. Like, alright, so there's also this option. Alright, so here's another possible setup. %12% increased stun threshold for each time you've hit an enemy and hit by an enemy, up to 12%. What is it? What does that even mean? So I mean, this is really nice right here. But you can't select Resolute Technique unless you still put 3 more points in here. Which feels goofy. I guess I could just path up there anyway. Where am I getting crit multi from? Oh. Delete. I'd really need to anoint or Megalomaniac Catapult. This would be a lot of melee damage. Enemies be stunned and or frozen. It just seems like pointless to do this. Am I cooking? Some 3-star Michelin shit right here. Maybe. I don't have a metamorphosis in the build. I can't figure out a good metamorphosis gem. Really not sure. Not sure if there's anything good there. Seems not. I mean, maybe this doesn't end up being a coming Calamity build or even a Trinity build. If I put the from nothing here, then I can't put it up here. Anybody else got a genius from nothing spot? Could still get accuracy on the amulet. 3,400 life. That's with all strength, though. I don't actually have all strength. That would be stuck. Mostly Dex and Int here, I think. Just kind of a guess, but probably looks something like this. Maybe not. We got nowhere near enough Int. I think I can. Well, if I use elemental conflux, I would want high level. Jeez. This Resolute Technique spot, you get 12% AoE. Extra AoE and skill effectuation pretty conveniently here. Save at least one passive point. Good these. 3% life. Some stun threshold, AoE, and skill effectuation. Too bad it can't reach here. I really don't see any way I can do this with crit and AoE. There's the option to go down this way. Skip a ton of stuff here. Like, I could build this into a crit version by going down this way. Oh, actually, no, probably. We go down this? Maybe you can go down this way. Seven. Yeah, I'm like torn to 3 different ways on this between crit AoE. Between crit and AoE mainly. PoE 2, PoB. Thought you were planning a PoE build today. What do you think I'm doing right now, my dude? Looking at Titan Twister. Possibly. It just doesn't make a whole lot of sense to do Titan if you're not taking advantage of AoE stuff, and you just... I feel like there's no way I can get out of my own way without at least doing this stuff. Not gonna give up the surround tech with how strong these small nodes are on Titan. This Titan does favor the surround tech pretty heavily with all the super high value small nodes like this. 37% attack speed, huge armor as well. I think Titan is set up really nice with the Resolute technique and Falcon Dive combo. My initial idea, like my vision for it, is high AoE, high speed. Especially in the current meta, that would be pretty good. Giving up crit, giving up some damage, giving up frenzy charges, it would still work. Yeah, I do teach English. How's my Japanese language? It's pretty bad. It's not even really worthy to have like a real conversation with. I used to study it years ago, and now I've just kind of not for the last 5 years. Oh wow, I didn't see that there. My beef is probably worth taking there like that. Beef? So much strength. I don't know if I can give you guys a finished product here. Can Titan get more movement speed than Deadeye? Well, I mean, it can. If Deadeye isn't accuracy stacking, but Titan is, yeah. Well, originally I had it set up this way, which seemed to work better. This would feel really nice to get all three of these. These are really good, by the way. It's a lot of magnitude of shock right there. Done build up. I'd wanted them both. Almost 12 attacks. This is. Probably gonna have to be the setup. Hello, I want to try Twister build Deadeye but for Amazon and budget. Do you have some ideas? You just take all of your items but lower. You could use different versions of the build, Maxwell Link, and use, you know, like a energy shield version. There's different versions you can look in there. And yeah, like you can kind of just use Amazon Ascendancy points. It's not like Deadeye's not mandatory for Twister at all. The only issue you might have is boss DPS. And the workaround for that is not simple, I guess, if any. So get anything otherwise. %. AoE out of the way. Oh, wait. Wait, this? Of effect. Is there any passive point that just breaks armor for you? where it like performs the function of the support gem or something. On stun. Where? What is that? Wait, Bravado would be super strong for this build. Wow. Delirium parts. Oh. Break 50% of armor on heavy stunning an enemy? Well, yeah, but you need to break 100% of the armor, don't you? Because, like... well, actually, no, I guess not. I guess it doesn't matter. Oh, I see. Oh, I forgot about these. Wait, no. Point. Dude. Dude. Alright, it's okay. You just have to be level 100. Oh my god. Oh, that's why he said it's point heavy. Damn, man. I don't know. I don't know, man. Gotta pull out a beef. Can't get beef. Not a beef. Kinda need it though. I don't know. This isn't not like super functional. It's not even right. Herald of Ice. Purity of Eyes. No. No. Swift Affliction and Rest. And if your chest allows you to. Fire Mastery. I am actually missing life leech. Building, just realized. Ugh. Embitter. Breeze. Am I forgetting my other one? Oh. How many skills is this? We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Well, that's still double unset ring. It's still double unset ring, dude. Damn. Nah, I need to try to do away with that. I think it's either double unset ring or no unset ring, so you can actually use Calandra's Touch. Could drop Dance with Death. Take Battle Fever plus Blood Rush nodes. Battle Fever, Blood Rush. That's 5% skill speed. Sun Splitter? Let's see Blood Rush. Yeah, I don't want to sacrifice that. It's important to make the game unreadable. Because of all the things I'm trying to get, I feel like speed is actually the easiest one to get. AoE is like second hardest one to get, and then crit is the hardest one to get. Out of those three, AoE, crit, speed. Speed is easiest, AoE, then crit. And AoE and crit are working against each other. Or speed and crit are working against each other, so if speed is a lot easier to get, probably should just go speed. I get, so, I mean, I can hit 0.9 breakpoint pretty easily. I still have a Megalomaniac mod, which I haven't used. Wait, actually, no, I don't. Actually, I don't. I don't have one. Don't even have a jewel slot. I'd have to go up here. I cannot do. The only way to get 1 meter is to get all this stuff up here. So, yeah, I mean, actually, I can peel off some. Or if I can somehow get 35, but I can't. Can't do it. You've stunned an enemy recently. I mean, this would make it so I would have it whether I stun an enemy recently or not. You may need that extra amount to get the +3 for Headhunter. I'm not sure. Yeah, I should probably just leave it. How do I have no attributes? What are my attributes, man? Make these the last points, I guess. I don't know. Like, I don't have enough armor either. Yeah, the problem with... Okay, so... What I like about this setup is the speed. I like the speed. It's almost 12 attacks per second. That's a lot, and it was pretty easy to get. Maybe I don't have to get accuracy on the rings for that. Maybe. Maybe I can just settle for it on the glove. Damage seems good. There's a ton of percent increased damage. Damage is surprisingly good, despite not having crit. Or at least it looks like on paper. Especially in the current iteration of the game. So I'm sure it only does like... Probably it does half as much damage as the Deadeye at best, but... You know, the clear would be phenomenal. I'm a little bit bummed about only getting 2 breakpoints, not 3. Oh, wait. Hold on. Actually, I forgot I was on the wrong weapon set when I was checking that. Okay, well, this is kind of nice, because I don't necessarily have to have overreach here. Well, except... Isn't speed plus more proc better than AoE? Well, I mean, kind of. There's a balance to be struck on all of them. This is actually a different playstyle without salvo or inevitable crit. There's a lot leading me into the idea of trying to get Whirling Slash to be super fast, to move super fast, and to be able to cast triple Whirling Slash Twisters more often and actually make it a Twister spam build, basically. It would actually play differently. So it would feel differently, and maybe it would feel better in some way. You would never, for example, deal with Garrikan's Resolve tripping you up and not letting you cast Twisters. You would never have to be stalling between Twister casts, not getting any life leech because you're waiting on the next round of Twisters or something. Like, there would be some inherent advantages to it. You'd also have to press... You would have to press the same buttons more often. Some people might not like that. You would actually remove a button, though, because you'd be dropping Barrage. You also wouldn't be dependent on Frenzy Charges for anything. And so this would be non-Frenzy Charge dependent build. So it almost has to be doing less damage for everything that you can do on the Deadeye, but there would be a lot fewer variables to deal with. It'd be a simpler build, basically. I need 5% AoE somewhere. None left. Why did I have to end up with this breakpoint? I'm pretty sure at point 8 you don't actually need extra help to get Headhunter version. Barrett, what's up, man? Yeah, we're looking at. I'm looking at Titan Twister right now. I'm gonna be shifting into PoE 1 soon, the next couple days, but yeah, right now kind of digging my heels into. Part of this is trying to get some headway done on a potential league starter for 0.4 in advance. Because if I can figure out something here, I like the idea of playing Twister. I wouldn't mind playing it a little differently, though, which is how this would play. I don't think I really have time to set this character up before 3.27, but it would, you know, to have the concept done and like the in-game fleshed out build, I could reverse engineer it from there. And I mean, it may all go down the toilet anyway with whatever patch notes come out at 0.4 eventually. The only thing that I'm dealing with right now is this breakpoint. Because then I could get an actual damage link in. I like the idea of not having to use AoE support gem. Would be nice. But I don't have a Megalomaniac. In terms of playing it, it would be a little annoying though, because sometimes you would push the limit of how often you cast Twister, and sometimes cast it with only 2 Whirling Slash, not 3. And then it was sort of brick what you're trying to do for the rest of them, but it wouldn't be the end of the world. You just keep casting. Your fully empowered Twisters might fall apart in the middle of the map. So some people might not like that. Well, I can get more area of effect by hitting more of these, but one. Well, this is how it goes. You just bang your head against the wall. Eventually something happens, you figure it out. But if I drew back a bunch of AoE, like this is what, 1830? 30 AoE? I don't know though. I really like this here. I know how strong that is, all that prog speed. I think the projectile speed would actually be faster on this build. Maybe catapult. Yeah, it's 24, 15. Yeah, it's compared to my current Deadeye, it's 1% prog speed faster. 1%. Nice. Increased area of effect of ancestrally boosted attacks. Huh. But Twister's not going to be. Wait, Barrage doesn't. Oh, wow. Just says empowers. You can't ancestrally boost Twister, I don't think. %, increased area of effect if you stun an enemy with a two-handed attack recently. But it's not two-handed. Warcry cooldown recovery rate. I don't know. I'm gonna leave it there. Can't take it any further right now. All right. Hang tight, YouTube. I'll send it to you guys as well. There's definitely something here to it, but I need to work on it. Spend more time. It's one of those things where like come back to it and then have like a eureka moment. Probably. If you want to have some fun with Twister though, try Ancestral Cry, even on Deadeye, and just see what it does. Especially if any endurance charges at all. That's a path of building that I was working on. And that's a stopping point. So yeah, I think I'll go ahead and head out for the night. Most likely won't be on tomorrow, but perhaps in the day after. Not sure yet, because I'm not 100% sure what I want to do. Obviously, the next 100 Maps farming video will come out soon. But yeah, not too sure. Did I see a Titan skill tree? Yeah, you did. Titan Twisters, hypothetically. It's not done. It's very much work in progress. I was trying to set up an in-game version. I need an extra 20 passive points, though. Really, really need. But anyway. Yeah, you guys take it easy. Thanks for tuning in. And we had the Prada, 787 Prada raid earlier. So thanks to Prada for the raid. I'm sure you guys got your filling of Twister in. For sure. Until next time, see you. Enjoy Miso Shiru's raid. We're raiding him. And for the YouTube, we are signing out. See you.